Racing. Got Ghosted and Eddie G pop out first. Got Ghosted leads it by 3/4. Rowan August in tightly to the inside. Thirsty Vision 4 wide in the 4-horse field around the turn and to the outside of K Bronco. So 4 are covered by 2.5 as they splash up the Canterbury Park barn side. Got Ghosted doing it reasonably. Outside of that, Thirsty Vision, rider as the yellow helmet cover. In between them is K Bronco. Right behind them, Rowan August looking to prevail in May, about 3.5 lengths from the lead, with Rowan August, Manny Americano starting to shove on that one. And they go into the far turn. Got Ghosted trying to ghost them. It is Got Ghosted still held together. Eddie G took a peek back, and outside of that is Thirsty Vision at 3-1. Those two are in perfect harmony and will arrive at the top of the stretch together. And they're 5 clear from Rowan August, who now is in path 5 or 6, and the one back in last is K Bronco. Inside, Got Ghosted. Outside, Thirsty Vision. Americano all over Rowan August as they splash down the Canterbury Park stretch. Got Ghosted is resurgent. Got Ghosted has run away from Thirsty Vision. Got Ghosted is going to prevail in race 1. Racing. Heavenly Deacon on the inside at 9-5 pops out of the starting gate with the early lead on his mind. Meanwhile, 3 wide, Pierre Noel scoots around the corner, takes the lead, runs away by 1. It's 4-1-3-2-5 in the early stages, and they're covered by about 10 chasing that 4. Manny Americano and Pierre Noel doing it reasonably by a half. Heavenly Deacon secures the inside, re-engages, tries to put those blue blinkers in front, and meanwhile, Rhino de Grace from 4th to 1st with 5 to go. Reset, 2-1-3-4-5, covered by 5, and it's Rhino to Grace leading it by 1. Outside of that, Able Seaman, Heavenly Deacon, just off the heels of Rhino to Grace in a very, very tight spot, about 4 lengths clear from Ramblin' Gamblin' Man. Pierre Noel had the lead for a second and now is last. Off the far turn they go, and we have a 2-pronged battle approaching the top of the stretch. Able Seaman and Inch. Rhino de Grace fights on. Now Heavenly Deacon is guided to the outside by Eddie G and is coming with a run. Here comes Heavenly Deacon taking the lead and taking it from Able Seaman and running away by 2. Heavenly Deacon rows to the lead and does so impressively. Heavenly Deacon shoots away from Able Seaman. The other 2 now a mile back on the muddy main, but Heavenly Deacon caught an aqueduct to the winner's circle at 6-5. Racing. Very fast beginning for Stillwater Falls. Outbroke the field. It looks like the riders definitely having some trouble keeping that 5 on the track as Stillwater Falls, maybe a rein is broken or something, but Stillwater Falls way out in the center of the track. Meanwhile, She Believes, no problems out of the gate. She Believes by 1. Bridie's Legacy, the Okie filly, now cuts that lead to a half. Stillwater Falls is back on the track, a joint 3rd to the outside of Queen of Spirits, and the one in last is Rectify. 9 covers them. They have 5/16 of a mile to go, and it's She Believes strolling along, spotless cap to boot. Outside of that, Bridie's Legacy is going to give her a run to the outside. And these two are at least 7 clear from Queen of Spirits. It is She Believes to the inside, still fighting gamely. Outside of that, Bridie's Legacy, Queen of Spirits, all about 0 for 16. Bridie's Legacy, She Believes, locked in battle, but Bridie's Legacy at 3.5 to 1 is too good. And they're racing. Perfect line for the 3. Now then, back in a flash, back in a week, scoots off to the early lead. It is Now Then from stablemate Found My Ball, who's between them, as Time Muse flashes speed to the outside. And said trio bends around the turn, and with 3/4 of a mile to go, Now Then an Americano by 1. In second is Time Muse by a half, and Found My Ball still between them. Now is making it a line of 3 as they head up the Canterbury Park barn side. Between them, Found My Ball headstrong for the lead and grabs it from the stablemate. Now Then, Time Muse and Roman, widest of those 3, but they continue to line up as they approach the far turn, and with 3.5 to go, Found My Ball a whisker. Time Muse is cutting on the outside. Now Then back in last. Time Muse takes the lead by a head. Found My Ball shoved on very, very hard by Fausto da Silva, and Now Then is jumping up and down. Time Muse trying to provide good news to the supporters as they head for home, and Time Muse runs away from the Silva 2 by 3. It is Time Muse on the inside. Found My Ball nearly in the center of the track, but quasi-resurgent. Time Muse, Found My Ball way back to Now Then. Time Muse too good. Time Muse 3.5 to 1 in a 3-horse field wins it. Racing. Angela's Party Girl broke out to the right a bit, but recovers nicely and shows good speed. Angela's Party Girl, undefeated when it's wet, gallops clear by 1.5. Inside of that, Got to Try Mischief. The early pace is hot between those two, and they're about 7 clear from a Lady Astrid. She's to the inside of 6 Gun Sally. The Okie filly is between them, 7 out of it, now put in last by My Woman. They splash up the Canterbury Park barn side. Angela's Party Girl settles into stride, opens up by 1.5. Gotta Try Mischief in second by about 6. My Woman creeps up to the outside of Lady Astrid, and Angela's Party Girl gets away by 2 as they approach the far turn. 6 Gun Sally is about 10, 11 lengths from the lead, and they're off the far turn. They have 3 furlongs to travel. Race 5, CBY. Angela's Party Girl now shoved on by Americano. Americano's working really, really hard on that 6, and Gotta Gotta Try Mischief blows right by. Gotta Try Mischief at 3-1. Absolutely blows by Angela's Party Girl. My Woman goes into second after that, Lady Astrid, and Six Gun Sally would have to win 3 in a row from 12 out of it. The leader is Gotta Try Mischief. Outside, My Woman trying to win 2 in a row. Then it's Lady Astrid, a distant third, into the final football field. And up top, Gotta Try Mischief. My Woman stabbing. My Woman winning. In the race aim. From the center, North Arm Bay came out fast. So did Athens Moon to the inside. And Athens Moon at 8-5 scoots around the corner with the lead. It might be an ever-widening lead. It went from a length to a length and a half. In second, the Irish Wellsworth, about 2 lengths in arrears. North Arm Bay very keen to go to the outside. North Arm Bay in the bright colors from fourth to third, right up to a joint lead. And tracking that one is Sonic Speed. Sonic Speed keen in third. Wellsworth second for a second, now back in fourth, about 1.5 clear from Caught Off Guard. And the one in last is the Brit, Hurricane Cloud. They're separated by 7, and they have 3.5 to go. And it's Athens Moon trying to take them wire to wire. Minnesotan North Arm Bay continues to bug. Sonic Speed 5 lengths behind them. Caught Off Guard trying to catch them off guard with a big move. And Caught Off Guard rolls up to third. Hurricane Cloud taking fourth to the inside. And Wellsworth has gone back to last. And number 1 is still number 1 in race 6. Round about the quarter pole, Athens Moon continues to show the way. And Athens Moon splashes along from a game Minnesotan in the shape of North Arm Bay. Said duo a mile clear from Caught Off Guard. But Athens Moon has given them the slip. Athens Moon, very slippery when it's wet, and Athens Moon wins by 2.5 North Arm Bay. Caught Off Guard, a distant third. And they're racing. Excellent, excellent work by our starting gate crew today. They broke as one, and Skip Wine yesterday is looking to leave them punch drunk with quick early speed. Skip Wine yesterday, corners leading it by 2. In second is Midnight Joy, way back to Radio Charlie in third, 8 lengths from the lead. Vintage Port off the layoff between them, about 8 out of it. Advancing to the outside, Minnesota Rose and Evocation also about 8 out of it, as Skip Wine yesterday leads it by 5 with 4.5 to go. Skip Wine yesterday, spotless cap to boot, racing well off the inside. Midnight Joy finding joy in second, but Americano's beginning to push on the filly, and Evocation's out of last and is taking second. After that, Vintage Port 9 lengths from the lead, and to the inside of Minnesota Rose, and to the outside of Radio Charlie, and they're still chasing Skip Wine yesterday. The rider's trying to put a Q around the lucky last. It's Skip Wine yesterday at 3.5 to 1, still in a 1-horse race. Evocation is second, Vintage Port is in third. Then we come to Radio Charlie, and they splash down the Canterbury Park stretch. stretch. And the red shadow roll belonging to Skip Wine yesterday, still in front by many, many lengths. In fact, in hand and in command is Skip Wine yesterday. Put a Q around race 7 at CBY. 4-5-2 in race 7. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Canterbury Park. On behalf of our management team, we thank those of you coming to the racetrack in Shakopee and those of you taking in the signal nationwide. We have some scratches and wagering alterations, and it begins in race number 1. At Canterbury, the main track is fast, and the turf course is firm, people. The turf is firm. Race number 1, scratch number 2, Bavaria Road. Race 1, scratch 2. With that omission, no show, trifecta, or superfecta wagering in race 1. There are no scratches from races 2 through 6. Race 3 begins the Canterbury Park Pick 5, 50 cents. Nation Low Takeout, 10%. That's on races 3 through 7. Now in the 7th race, on the firm turf course, with the rail at 0 for the first time this season, scratch number 4, Pat Can't Count. Race 7, scratch number 4, Pat Can't Count. The first is about 30 minutes from now. Angela Herman and Jeff Madej get you prepped for everything at CBY shortly after some Canterbury Soul.
Well, welcome everybody to the first Thursday night of racing at Canterbury Park. I'm Jeff Madej. I'm joined by Angela Herman. Here we are in the First Bet studio. It's $2 night, and that means nothing but excitement.
How do you beat that? You know, it's hard to go anywhere or do anything for $2. You can do plenty at Canterbury for a couple of bucks tonight. You can get $2 beers. You can get hot dogs, soda, get in the door. Whatever you're looking for, it's probably $2 tonight, including, win, place, and show wagers. Here we go. They start up tonight, and remember to check the schedule. We are going to have $2 Thursdays throughout the summer this year. Taking a week off here and there, but these are going to be your value night if you do plan to come out to the park. Save those bucks for betting because it's not going to cost you much to eat, drink, or get in the door.
That's right. Eat, drink, and be merry, all for $2. So it's it's the best value in sports. It really is. You're not going to go to any other sporting event for $2 and get a can of Budweiser for $2.
I know. Hard to imagine, but here they are.
And we've got a DJ downstairs, too, right on the deck. So that's going to be fun. He's going to bring some energy, and it's just going to be a fun night. And hopefully we can bring back what we experienced years ago when we had the dollar night. And the place was packed. We'd have 8,000 people here, real young crowd. We're trying to recreate that, and I think we can because this is a great place to spend the night.
The energy gets infectious, and even out on the apron, you want to stay all night and just keep the party going a little bit. Don't always anticipate that on a Thursday, but sometimes it can happen right out here. Now, the Loeffler leaderboard, we can't anticipate some of these results because Manuel Americano has made quite the impact since coming here to Canterbury for the first summer.
Absolutely. I was just taking a look at his stats because there's a favorite in every race. Well, he's ridden 12 favorites. He's got 5 winners. Eddie G, who's in second, you look at him, he's 7 wins from 21 starts. His favorites are winning at a 56% clip. So when these guys are on the favorites, you've got to take a long look.
Well, they do ride a fair amount of them, but we are looking to try to beat favorites somewhere along the way. You can get some prices, and we've definitely seen some prices from some of the top barns in here. Troy Bethke had a win at a nice big number 2. Mac Robertson leading the way by just a few, but I think that these will get closer and probably stay closer through the summer. You can see the number of starts that he has, a little bit more than some of his competition, but I mean, he's got really good Minnesota breds too, and that always comes into play, especially towards the end of the Meet with Festival. That's how it shakes out so far, but it's been a good competitive trainers race right from the beginning.
Absolutely, and I think we'll see Jose Silva's barn heat up eventually. I mean, he's got a lot of horses. He'll do some winning as well. So we've got a good group of trainers here. Now, Saturday is Belmont Stakes Day.
Yes, it is. Belmont Stakes, the third leg of the Triple Crown. A little different, kind of like the Preakness this year. It's going to be at Saratoga. It's going to be at 1.25 miles, the distance of the Derby. So no real surprise to see some Derby runners, including the winner, back in the Belmont Stakes. And if you didn't recognize some of the names in the Preakness, you definitely will in that Belmont Stakes. We're going to have like a beer and a seltzer fest combined to celebrate the day as well. And to go along with those two, we also have some Minnesota bred stakes.
Yeah, no, it's going to be a big day on Saturday with the Belmont, and I believe that post time is right after our first or second race, right? It's around 6 o'clock.
Yep.
And we start racing at 5, so you're going to be a few beers or seltzers into it before they even load the gate for the Belmont. But the Beer and Seltzer Fest, it's a separate ticket, a great value. There's nearly 30 vendors here. That means more than 100 different varieties of beer and seltzer. And the tickets are very affordable. Just check online and you can get your ticket, or you can buy one at the gate as well. Now, other events we have here, concert series, and it kicks off, what's today? Yeah, it's 8 days from now, right, with Larry Fleet live on our own amphitheater stage here, the smaller, more intimate Canterbury Amphitheater with Larry Fleet. And I think that's going to be a good show. Now, he's a country artist. That's not my genre. But then again, how do you beat a guy like Willie Nelson or Waylon? So country is good. I think Larry Fleet is going to be a good show. If you haven't heard of him, look him up. Look him up on Google. Google Larry Fleet and then get your tickets.
Nice night, some country music outside. We're assuming another warm night. It's been that way. How can you top it? Live music of any sort. You can dance if you want to. You can find a place on the deck if you want to. We got seating up above. We got bars on the main level. We got bars up above. Whatever you're looking for out of your outdoor concert experience, you can find it at Larry Fleet. Unless, of course, you're like Jeffrey and maybe country isn't your thing. Just announced we have something way different than Larry Fleet coming to the park.
Intriguing. This isn't until August 28th, but tickets just dropped on Tuesday. It's a band called Here Come the Mummies. extremely interesting. They're kind of funky, which
Tell
I
me
think
more.
will be good. I mean, I'm very intrigued. I don't know much about them. I know they've played in this market before. They seem like they're popular. They seem like they're a lot of fun. And the bit is they perform as mummies.
Well, what do you have a particular favorite song of theirs?
I don't know their library very well yet, but we've got a couple months to do it. But I would get tickets now because, there's a lot of different options, but there's some really key reserve seating as well if that's the way you want to go. So CanterburyPark.com or tickets at CanterburyPark.com to find those tickets. So
There we go.
yeah, I would check out our concert series. It's pretty good. Now, back to Saturday, because you mentioned the Minnesota Bred Stakes races. We've got two of them, $50,000 races, the Lady Slipper.
Yeah, the Lady Slipper is going to have a very formidable favorite. That's Thunder's Rock and Roll. You can see she's 3-5 on the morning line. Do you think she'll be 3-5 or down to what? 1-5, 1-9, something like that?
I do think so. I think she's going to get bet way down. She faced the boys in the Bosselman at Fowler Park, set the pace, and then faded, and now back against Breed's sprinting, which I think is her place to be.
Yeah.
Going to be tough to beat, but who knows? It's a horse race, right?
She's quick, she's tough, and she's run against a lot of these before. But we'll see what she has to bring to the table in her return to the Lady Slipper. Now, the 10,000 Lakes, a little different story. Yes, I do like him. I think he'll be right around 2-1, 9-5, something like that. But this is not an easy group. Lined up against Street Warrior, your favorite on the outside. You have Distorted Pro, the Alligator Hunter, were 1-2 in this race last year. You have Haunted Haze coming in. He's been facing some tough open competition. You really have a lot of ways to go. And if you are looking for a price, you've got some good horses that are going to be at big numbers. And it's just by virtue of lining up against each other in the 10,000 Lakes. But that is set to be a good race.
If you want to take a look at the past performances for yourself for all of Saturday, well, you can do it. You can do it for every race day for that matter. Go to bristnet.com, free past performances. They come available about 6 days before race day, so you can get them right away, study all week. bristnet.com for free information. And then $40 feeder contest every race day. So you're playing the races anyway. If you have the Express Bet app, which you should because it's a great way to make wagers without leaving your seat, you can play this contest. $40 gets you in, 20 of it goes to the prize pool, 20 is what you're betting with. If you win, you get a $500 entry to Northern Stars Turf Festival night where you're playing for a $10,000 Breeders' Cup betting challenge entry. So if you've done the work and you've got the app, you should be playing.
Yeah, $40 could take you a lot of places with those contest plays through, the super satellites, the satellites, working your way all the way up, maybe to a trip to the Breeders' Cup. Now, getting back to the cash betting side of things.
I'm still flush from that bet of the day that you gave out last week where we just crushed for size. So let's have another bet of the day because I need more money. I can never have enough.
Well, we're going to give it a shot in the Pick 5. The Pick 5 is picking the last 5 winners on the card. Now, this is just a blueprint. This is just somewhere you could start off. This is my suggestion for a Pick 5 play. You see, I have not found a single. If you can find a single amongst these 5 races, you really give yourself the option to open the ticket up. And you can see I've used 2 horses in most of the legs, and that's how you find out how much it costs. 2 times 2 is 4, times 3 is 12, times 2 is 24, times 2 is 48. It's a 50-cent base. Costs $24. That's all the combos that you have for any of those horses winning their respective races. And that's it. If you want to make a bigger ticket, put your money together with some people. If you like more horses, these can really pay. And that 10% takeout only sweetens the deal because it's the lowest in the universe.
Yeah, you've provided what we would call the parimutuel framework, and you can hang the sheetrock yourself.
Yes, exactly. I'll talk more about those races as we do get through the card, but that's a start to get your motor running as far as handicapping that Pick 5. And again, we will delve more into that a little bit later on the card.
Here's something pretty cool for horse owners, trainers, jockeys. You can see the bell in the winner's circle. Now, if you ring that bell, and you go down to the bookkeeper's office and you sign up, you can make a $100 contribution to the Backside Foundation. We have a horse owner who is offered to take your 100 and turn it into 300 by adding 200 of his own. So we need to take advantage of that. And it could be a jockey, it could be a trainer, it can be an owner. Heck, if you're just a fan and you want to make a $100 contribution, we'll get down there, we'll get you on camera, you can ring that bell, and that owner will add another 200 as well. So it helps out the people on the backstretch, does a lot of good programming that we have back there for the families that live here during the summer, and it's well worth taking advantage of, especially since we have this generous owner willing to donate even more money. So take advantage of that. And again, if you want to ring it, we'll get you down there. Now, Paul Allen is our race caller tonight. He is the other member of the STEAM team. Kevin Gorg took the night off tonight, but we've got Ange and we've got Paul. They're going to get you through all the activities. You can see the horses in the paddock right now, getting ready to come up into the walking ring for race number 1. We're going to go to Paul Allen. He is going to analyze this race. He's going to put us on a winner to get things going. Paul, are you out there?
Jeffrey, Angela, great work as usual. And back to that bell in the winner's enclosure momentarily. The $100 minimum if you ring the bell, winning jockey, trainer, owners, anybody associated with being in that winner's circle. It's wonderful we have an anonymous donor willing to double for 100 and put 200 into it, because with the Chaplaincy Backside Foundation, this greatly aids those who reside and execute their toil on the backside here at Canterbury Park. And that would include grooms, trainers, outriders, and just so many people we get to meet during this truncated season that is spring summer at Canterbury Park. It's the Chaplaincy Backside Foundation providing the likes of meals, air conditioners, mattresses for dorms, dental care, and just so much more. Those who live and work on the backside are incredibly important to us here at Canterbury, and when you ring that bell, it does nothing but benefit those working on the backside and making the game go. That would include my man right there on the screen, the groom for Crew Dragon. Mac Robertson trains, and Crew Dragon is 3-1. The groom there is a frequent face we see Mondays at Canterbury Park's Chapel program. Crew Dragon is unseen since April 2nd. And hasn't won a race in quite some time. 0 for 12 at the distance. One of a couple in here for trainer Mac Robertson, 2.5 to 1. R&R Audible, that's my selection in the race. And as we go here in the 4-horse festivities to commence things, this one at 4.5 to 1 would be the longest shot on the board. I really like how Constantino Roman is riding in the early stages of the season. And Roman and Padilla teaming up has a positive ROI. This one got a tightener at Prairie Meadows, lost by a couple of lengths. I think fits in here quite nicely. 2 for 3 at Canterbury, but is 0 for 5 at the distance, and we're 4 to 1. Mongolian Champ is number 4. Talk about looking like a champ. Holy cow. What a beautiful, beautiful tall horse that is. Mongolian Champ, groomed beautifully by Padilla and his staff. Mongolian Champ will be one most likely that needs some horses to come back to the pack a little bit, but this is a sprint. More looking at routes. When this horse sprinted in Louisiana about this time last year, at times was relatively prominent on the lead, 3.5 to 1. And the favorite so far from the first click to where we are now is Superstar Swank. So you have a couple of Padillas and a couple of Mac Robertsons. Mac bookends the field, a most dominating trainer in the history of this racetrack. That would include Canterbury Downs. And Superstar Swank has always been a tough customer at Canterbury. 7 for 13 in the top 3, earnings about $100,000 on the Canterbury main. Now in his tightener against optional claimers for 12K, 6 furlongs. Final time was good, 1:10-2. We've now seen a bevy of 6 furlong final times. I think one of them got into 09 and change. So 10-2 is pretty good. Now this one wasn't close to that 10-2, but the leading jockey comes back, and undoubtedly the 5-year-old Superstar Swank needed that race. I expect him to be a little bit closer to the pace than he was last time, but I'll go with R&R Audible, and I'll pick race number 1, 3-1-4. There you see the selections of the rest of those aggregated here at Canterbury Park. Got 3 1s, couple of 5s, and 2 3s. Tear it up here with race 1. Sir Leonard Dykert is Canterbury Park's bugler. He's also an accomplished pianist. And the stylings of Sir Leonard Dykert are coming up shortly. Welcome to the races. Main track is fast for the first. Welcome to Thursday at Canterbury Park, provided by Budweiser and Pepsi. $2 night. Budweiser's, Pepsi products, and hot dogs, $2 each. Plus, we have live DJ entertainment on the grandstand apron adjacent to the winner's circle. Racing at Canterbury is provided season long by Apple Autos, Quick Trip, Tri-State Bobcat, Loeffler, Minnesota Soybean Research and Promotion Council, John Deere, Maker's Mark, Minnesota Lottery, Anheuser-Busch, and Comcast Xfinity. Just about 5 minutes to race number 1. Don't get shut out. We welcome our featured groups to the racetrack tonight. They would include FCS America and the team outing, United Health Group, Stratasys, D. Northland Securities, Arco Companies, Melkert, Hubert, Shodine Law, Owatonna Bus Company, End of the Year Party, and IMIT. They're at the gate. It is now post time. Day 6 of the 2026 CBY season. Who will be the first winner on the first Thursday of the season? Heading into the winner's enclosure, into the lens of LJ Photography. Superstar Swank 2-1, R&R Audible 9-5, Crew Dragon 6-5. Welcome, tear it up. Racing 4 off squarely. R&R Audible pops out of the gate fast with Superstar Swank to the outside, Crew Dragon to the inside, and Mongolian Champ is close handy, 2 out of it, rolling up to the outside of Superstar Swank, and now the leader is Crew Dragon. Crew Dragon with those prominent and pronounced orange blinkers by a half. R&R Audible by a half. Mongolian Champ in third by a length and a half. Superstar Swank would have to be a race 1 superstar from 5 out of it. Tightly contested as they approach the top of the stretch. Crew Dragon showing the way. R&R Audible applies more pressure. Mongolian Champ coming under a ride and passed by Superstar Swank nearly for a stern around that turn. R&R Audible. R&R Audible. Crew Dragon. Outside of that, Mongolian Champ. Superstar Swank not giving enough. R&R Audible. Constantino Roman 2.5 to 1. Proving too tough for the other 3 in race 1. It's 3-4-1-5 in the lid lifter. Number 3, R&R Audible first, Mongolian Champ second, Crew Dragon third, Superstar Swank fourth, and a claim. There was a claim from race number 1. Stand by. Number 1, Crew Dragon, was claimed by trainer Jose Silva Jr., who is co-owner with Stacy Boyer. That's Crew Dragon claimed 15 large. Silva Jr., Boyer. It's official. Team Padilla swept the exacta 14:30. 109.34 the final time. Second race on the turf, rails all the way to the inside, and the turf is firm. No scratches. We want to welcome our friends from Furniture Mart and remind you Father's Day is presented by Furniture Mart, giving away free Lazy Boy recliners after each race. Plus, there's a food truck festival featuring a variety of food trucks. with everything from crave-worthy apps to hearty meals and indulgent desserts. Give Dad what he really wants on Father's Day. It's June 21st, courtesy of the great Furniture Mart and those free Lazy Boy recliners. Into the winner's enclosure, R&R Audible and Constantino Roman. The winning owners, Mike Hellendrung and Tim Padilla. Also Courtney Padilla. And the winning trainer, Tim Padilla. We have a concert here at Canterbury Park, part of our Friday night concerts at the park. The first one is a week from tomorrow, June 12th. Larry Fleet, June 12th, with an intimate setting, great sight lines, and high-end sound. Come see Larry Fleet, June 12th, and get tickets at CanterburyPark.com. Race 2 in 22. Racing 4 off squarely. R&R Audible pops out of the gate fast with Superstar Swank to the outside, Crew Dragon to the inside, and Mongolian Champ is close handy, 2 out of it, rolling up to the outside of Superstar Swank, and now the leader is Crew Dragon. Crew Dragon with those prominent and pronounced orange blinkers by a half. R&R Audible by a half. Mongolian Champ in third by a length and a half. Superstar Swank would have to be a race 1 superstar from 5 out of it. Tightly contested as they approach the top of the stretch. Crew Dragon showing the way. R&R Audible applies more pressure. Mongolian Champ coming under a ride and passed by Superstar Swank nearly 4 astern around that turn. R&R Audible, Crew Dragon. Outside of that, Mongolian Champ, Superstar Swank not giving enough. R&R Audible, Constantino Roman, 2.5 to 1, proving too tough for the other 3 in race 1. It's 3-4-1-5 in the lid lifter.
off our Thursday night. We hope you're enjoying Two-Buck Night. Now we're up to the two theme of things, of course. Race number 2 has arrived in the paddock. Now we got 1 mile on the turf, 12 minutes to post, no scratches, no jockey changes to report in this one. We got the girls coming out for an optional claimer. And on our turf course, you don't usually see this little experience over it. Usually there's somebody who's a specialist, and you do see actually one of those towards the outside. That's why she was taking some early money. But we'll start with Rebel Gal. Rebel Gal comes from the Chip Woolley barn, and she's picked up some pieces from just off the pace. This is a filly that's probably going to benefit from that inside draw. Now what I mean by that is Rebel Gal has some speed to keep herself in position, but usually she doesn't have the lead outright. There isn't a ton of speed drawn into here, though. I would think that that will also help Rebel Gal, and I'm a little bit surprised that she isn't lower than the 9-2 price than she is. Rebel Gal has been using that speed on the grass again down there. She was purchased in December of last year, and since that time she's run pretty similar races. You know, Rebel Gal has been a pretty healthy price through all of those too. We'll see if that trend does continue. Again, I'm a little bit surprised that she is 9-2 considering the relative lack of pace in this group, but it doesn't seem to matter to some of these closers, including Don't Mess with Tess, the one right next door. Don't Mess with Tess has quite a few more wins to her resume than the inside runner, but she's also run a lot more times. And Don't Mess with Tess is actually a horse I remember from synthetic running. Of course. Now, Don't Mess with Tess and De Silva are going to team up for the first time. This is a mare who has been coming from way out of things, and she has been teamed quite regularly with Frank Alvarado down in Arizona. Now, she is 6-1 on the board, and right now, she makes a pretty good appearance out here in the paddock with some of these fillies that we haven't seen quite as much and want to see how they're acting. And I got to say, Rebel Gal has a little bit more energy than Don't Mess with Tess at this point. Low Key right behind them is acting just such, and she is 5-2 right now. This is only going to be her second start for Mac Robertson. And Mac Robertson brings in Low Key off a long set of dirt races. I mean, this filly's never tried turf, but she does have a bit of pedigree on top to maybe like it. But putting non-maidens on the turf just hasn't been a specialty of the barn in recent times. 2 for 41 to be exact. Sometimes they need a start or two to really get their feet felt on the get their feeling of the turf. Sometimes Low Key gives herself a lot to do in the stretch. I would expect her just naturally to be a little bit closer in the spot by virtue of the lack of speed. But Low Key is a little bit up against it from that perspective. And they put fronts on this filly when they first claimed her and brought her into a pretty tough spot last time around. Some mixed signals for her. Right now she is 5-2, but 7-2 is the price you get on Chamaville. She's the one that I talked about that likes this turf course an awful lot. And she tried it a couple of times in the past with stablemates. Now she is going to go it alone for Martin Escobar. And Chamaville was a recent claim. This barn just picked her up for Rocket Wrench Racing, and why wouldn't they? I mean, the way that this filly runs up here and the momentum that she brought up from Arizona all make her a very, very deserving favorite. And I thought that she might be by the time all is said and done. She did take a bit of early money, but all of the money since that time has gone to the outside running Dutton Street Girl. Now, Chamaville is a horse that doesn't need as much pace as some of the very dead closers in here, but Chamaville still does a little bit better with the target to run at, and she looks to improve her record on this turf course to 3 for 6. Now on the outside, Dutton Street Girl is the choice of both mine and Paul's to try to make it 3 in a row. She's running against some condition claimers to get up to this spot. Now what I mean by that is she's been in groups that are limited to non-winners of 2 lifetime, non-winners of 3 lifetime, and Dutton Street Girl has been running pretty nice races and showing a little bit more speed along the way. This filly has stayed in close range of the pace. She hasn't given herself too much to do late, and all of that again has led to 2 wins in a row. She seeks another one under Americano, who has been aboard for both of those recent victories. Now she is 6-5. You can do pick threes, doubles, exactas tries, and supers. Have at it if you'd like. They're going to go a mile on the turf, and they're going to do so in about 8 minutes. This field of 5 heads out to the track. The last one out there is the choice of both mine and Paul's, hoping she'll be the first one home at 6-5. You got 8 minutes to bet the second.
Everybody, we're down here in the winner's circle before race number 2, and we're going to play a new game called Blindfold Beer Pong here at Canterbury Park. I've got Nick and I've got Sutter here, and how it's going to work is one of these players is going to be our thrower. You can see he's blindfolded over there. He's going to be spun around 10 times by these interns. You guys can help him count it off so that it throws off his sense of balance and direction. Now, his partner over here is going to be responsible for trying to help him get 3 of these balls into the giant beer pong cups. So, if he can get them in with 5 seconds to throw each ball, I don't know what they're going to get. Oh, okay, let's let it rip. Okay, spin them around 10 times. Oh, you guys are going to get cans of beer for this, okay?
Turn around. Yep, good. Yep. Too hard. Like half that. Sure.
Okay. Oh, it's pretty good. If you get 1 in, you get a couple of cans of beer. Oh, I don't know. Should that count? Should that count? Can you get an assist? All right, we'll give you guys a couple of cans of beer for that. That was a very good try at it. That is blindfolded beer pong. I think I should have got you in on the action with the microphone, but if you love that, you're going to love our brand new Bud Light Party Pit located on the 2nd floor. It's got beer pong, dartboards, Jenga, and more.
Two minutes. The second at Canterbury, provided by Apple Autos, the official vehicle supplier to this racetrack. Also, Xfinity and Comcast Xfinity and Furniture Mart. Not every furniture store is worth your time, but Furniture Mart is. More than 16 Minnesota locations near you. Explore more styles and get more value. Furniture Mart, welcome to Canterbury Park. And thank you for the season-long sponsorship. Approaching the starting gate. It is now post time. Into the gate for race number 2. Dutton Street Girl is in.
All right.
They all set. And they're racing. Rebel Gal came out in very headstrong fashion, and Rebel Girl make that Rebel Gal strides away to a 2.5 length lead with 1 lap to go. Next is Shamaville, very dawdling, pedestrian, slow pace being established by the Q and Rebel Gal as they corner for the first time on the beautiful Canterbury Park turf course. It's Rebel Gal by 3, Shamaville next to the outside of Don't Mess with Tess, the 8-year-old, the veteran, 2.5 lengths back of the leader, Rebel Gal. After that, we come to Dutton Street Girl in search of 3 consecutive wins. And Low Key in the turf debut, just about 4 lengths from the lead, and the lead belongs to Rebel Gal. Rebel Gal towing along the other 4 and doing so comfortably. They continue to crawl as they head into the far turn. Rebel Gal still 1.5. Don't Mess with Tess takes second. Shamaville trying to win 4 in a row. That's the gray, shoved on by Eddie G to the outside, but closing in. Then we come to Dutton Street Girl, and Low Key in high key fashion has dropped back to last. Rebel Gal, it's a Rebel clearly with a cause. Rebel Gal has lulled them to sleep with 150 to go. After that, we have Dutton Street Girl taking aim at Rebel Gal. Here comes Dutton Street Girl, and there she goes. That street is the highway home. The second race is official. 5142. Exacta $9.90. Trifecta $9.65. And the double 3-5, $31.80. We come now to the third race that begins the Canterbury Park Pick 5. It's only a 50-cent wager with a nation low takeout of 10%. And we go back to a fast main track for race number 3 with no scratches. Now entering the winner's enclosure, Dutton Street Girl. She's won 3 in a row. The winning owner, Kirk Sutherland, and the winning trainer, Jose Silva Jr. The winning rider, Manny Americano. Race number 3 is courtesy of Anheuser-Busch and Continental Diamond. Post time for race number 3 and the Canterbury Park Pick 5. About 6:10. It's about 22 minutes from now. Bet more, win more. They all set, and they're racing. Rebel Gal came out in very headstrong fashion, and Rebel Girl, make that Rebel Gal strides away to a 2.5 length lead with 1 lap to go. Next is Shamaville, very dawdling, pedestrian, slow pace being established by the Q and Rebel Gal as they corner for the first time on the beautiful Canterbury Park turf course. It's Rebel Gal by 3, Shamaville next to the outside of Don't Mess with Tess, the 8-year-old, the veteran, 2.5 lengths back of the leader, Rebel Gal. After that, we come to Dutton Street Girl in search of 3 consecutive wins. And low key in the turf debut, just about 4 lengths from the lead, and the lead belongs to Rebel Gal. Rebel Gal towing along the other 4 and doing so comfortably. They continue to crawl as they head into the far turn. Rebel Gal still 1.5. Don't Mess with Tess takes second. Shamaville trying to win 4 in a row. That's the gray, shoved on by Eddie G to the outside, but closing in. Then we come to Dutton Street Girl, and low key in high key fashion has dropped back to last. Rebel Gal, it's a Rebel clearly with a cause. Rebel Gal has lulled them to sleep with 150 to go. After that, we have Dutton Street Girl taking aim at Rebel Gal. Here comes Dutton Street Girl, and there she goes. That street is the highway home.
It is pick 5 time, everybody. We're 14 minutes away from race number 3, and that is the first leg of our 10% takeout 50-cent pick 5. That is picking the last 5 winners on the card, starting here in race number 3. And it's a 50-cent minimum, so by as many combinations or as few as you'd like, this is the ticket that I've put together tonight. I just couldn't narrow any leg down to just one horse, but I liked a couple of prices along the way. And of course, we start with the 1 and the 4 in here. Neither one of them taking too much money, but I thought there'd be enough speed where maybe Cobblestone Bridge and Prince Rama could take advantage of the pace and come running late. Now I just went with 3 and 6 in the next leg. That's Mr. Fabricator, who ran a bang-up race sprinting, and his stablemate SoCal Red, who could benefit from what could be a pretty solid pace in the 4th race. Now in the 5th, I did have to spread out a little bit. I used the outside 3 horses. All 3 of them have shown some degree of speed, but No Bill's Campaign is my top choice in there. He had a bit of a troubled journey last time around. 1 and 4 for me in race number 6. I'll talk more about Nancy Shaw later. She's my top pick in there. She has not tried the turf, so I did take a proven commodity in Kaya's Choice, the 4 as well. And then we close it out with the 5 and the 7. Matt's Luck and Flying Martini sealed this ticket for me. It's 7.5 on the turf to close things out. That is a good race and a complicated one to narrow down to complete my $24 ticket. Now, that is my 50-cent pick 5. That's just a jumping off point. If you want to add some horses to it, you want to subtract some horses, I understand. This is just what I think of this sequence. To find out what he thinks of both this sequence and of race number 3, we're going to throw it down to Jeff Madey in the paddock.
Well, thank you, Angela. And yes, I do have a different idea about this race, but more on that to come. You know, we got in here for $2. It's $2 hot dogs, $2 beers. I do need to give a shout out, though, to Bo Diddley's Sandwich Shop. It's a deli. It's located on track level, the best sandwich in the building. So maybe you don't need it tonight with the $2 hot dogs, but, you know, put it in your memory bank, and next stop, next visit, go see Maggie at Bo Diddley's. So as Ange said, this starts the pick 5. It's the lowest takeout. That means we give more back to the winners than any other track in the nation. It's a great bet. It's a fun wager. I've got a little bit different look at this race, but let's take a look at the entire field. Now, Santiago Tranquilino has a couple of horses in here. He trains both the 1 and he trains the 2. The 1 is Cobblestone Bridge. The 2 is Scottish Storm. Eddie G, Eduardo Gallardo, rode both of these horses last time. He chooses to ride number 1, Cobblestone Bridge. So I guess you would say logically, I mean, he's hot. Jockey is super hot right now. That must be the better horse. I'd say not so fast. Let's take a look at both of them. Cobblestone Bridge raced here on May 23rd. That was opening night, finished second by a half a length, charging from off the pace. So the horse is in good form, proven over this track. That was his first time going a mile. He's run longer than that, but it was his first time at a flat mile. I like to look for horses who have had some success at a mile. This horse, though, comes from ultra tough Oaklawn Park. Absolutely one of the ones is 5-2 on the board right now. The other Tranquilino horse is number 2, Scottish Storm. We get apprentice rider Victor Lara aboard here. This horse drops in class. Blinkers come off. If you look at the last 4 races when the horse was racing with blinkers, no win. But go back when the blinkers were off before in this horse's career, and that's where the victories came. So that's why I think that Scottish Storm, if you're going to build a big ticket, could be a little bit sneaky and can be a favorite in here at a big number. Scottish Storm, again, one to consider. Now, Mr. Who is going to take all the money. 7-5 on the morning line, 3-5 right now. Americano rides for Silva. They like to go back-to-back. Probably the speed of the speed. The horse is 6 for 19 at the mile distance. Has 2 wins and 3 seconds from 9 starts at Canterbury Park. Makes all the sense in the world. Nobody's missing this horse. Probably out on the engine. The other jockeys are going to have to catch Mr. Who is one of Manuel Americano, our top jockey. It's one of his favorite horses. Number 4 is Prince Rama. This horse absolutely loves Canterbury Park. Was a win machine last time. Has 8 wins at Canterbury Park. And his running style fits perfectly to track Mr. Who. He's going to sit with Alonzo Quinón as a veteran reinsman, sit right behind, and he's going to pounce. If he runs like he did over this track last year, Prince Rama, ultra tough to beat. And I'm looking at the tote board now, 7-1. That seems absolutely ridiculous to me. I'm going a different direction, though. The 5, Sir Exton, is my top pick here. Kelsey Haar rides for Robert Klein. Ran against Cobblestone Bridge last time. No match for that one. Finished 5th, beaten by 7.5. So 7 lengths behind the 1 horse, Cobblestone Bridge. I'm going to give a pass on that one. The horse had just shipped in that week from Arkansas, off the trailer onto the track. That wasn't the night. Tonight's the night. It's going to be a big price. We get Kelsey Haar. She knows how to ride this racetrack. She's going to press,
and she's going to pounce to victory at a big number. I'm taking the 5, Sir Exton, to start my pick 5. Best of luck. Thanks for joining us here at Canterbury Park. We'll see you in the winner's circle.
Happy 60th birthday, Dave Raymond, the original Razor. And here's Sir Leonard Dykert. Onto the fast main track for the Canterbury Park Pick 5 with a 10% nation low takeout. No scratches. You can win 2 Old National Bank VIP experience tickets to the Ram Trucks Rodeo, July 17th through the 19th right here at Canterbury. Tickets include a full complimentary hospitality and premium seating on the arena railing next to the bucking chutes, plus a $100 Quick Trip gift card. Enter with your Quick Rewards app for a chance to win now through June 14th.
Before we get to the pick 5 in tonight's third race, I'm going to tell you a little bit more why I like to throw a horse in one of the later legs, why I am going to be using Nancy's Shawl in race number 6. Now we'll just quickly go through her running lines. You know, she has some experience, but all of it's on the dirt. Now if you go to drf.com, go to handicapping and PPs, pick out the date that you like. Kabam, you could come up with Nancy Shawl in her lifetime past performances. You can see that she is 1 for 6. She has won on the dirt. She's run very well, and she has some speed. But the reason that I like her tonight is her mother. That's where you can find that information right there. The dam is her mother, Shawl. Because she is a daughter of Shawl, she is a half to this mare, Retired Kathy. You can see Retired Kathy has a lot more experience to her. A lot of it was on the turf. That is their common mother, Shawl. This filly's made over $225,000, and you can see a whole bunch of it's on the turf, and she's a Minnesota bred as well. The potential might be there for another turf-loving sibling in Nancy Shawl, and we're going to guess that in race number 6. She's the one I got on top.
It's post time. Into the gate for race number 3 and the CBY pick 5. One out. Sir Exton. Pick 5 time. And they're racing. AC Doocy came out nicely. Cobblestone Bridge and Scottish Storm. Between them, Prince Rama. Outside of that, Sir Exton, 3 wide around the turn. And as they corner the 5, are covered by 3.5, and they sort themselves out. Sir Exton kicks on with Prince Rama, and they run away from Scottish Storm. After that, Mr. Who, 4 lengths from the lead and 1 clear from the favored Cobblestone Bridge, who is 1-2. 5 separated by 5 with about 5 to go as they head up the Canterbury Park barn side. Sir Exton has pulled Kelsey to the lead. That lead is 1. In second, Prince Rama. Outside of that, Mr. Who is on the creep. Begins to creep up to the outside of Scottish Storm. 3 in a line chasing Sir Exton. After that, Cobblestone Bridge assumedly biding the time. 4 out of it, and they zip into the far turn. Sir Exton cuts and opens up by 2. Sir Exton at 4-1, gliding along with a 2-length lead. Manny Americanos all over Mr. Who. Mr. Who spinning the wheels a bit. Cobblestone Bridge out of last and on the move. Then it's Scottish Storm and Prince Rama. Sir Exton still clear as they cut for the money. It is Sir Exton now ridden by Kelsey with a 1.5 length lead. Cobblestone Bridge cutting into that margin, and between them is Mr. Who. A football field to go. Sir Exton still scoring the touchdown. Cobblestone Bridge a beaten favorite. Sir Exton at 4-1. Number 5, Sir Exton, ran first. It is 5-1-3-4 in 136.71. Results are unofficial. Please hold all tickets. And race number 3 is official. First pick 3 paid $74.40 for a buck. 5-1 exacta, $7. Trifecta, $8.25. Race number 4 takes us back to the lush, firm turf course. No scratches. This one is courtesy of Jim Beam Bourbon. Elegant, smooth, refined. We also thank Busch Light, as crisp and cool as a mountain stream. Look no farther than Busch Light. And this Saturday is Beer and Seltzer Fest with more than 100 different craft brews and seltzers from local breweries and national brands. Plus, it's Belmont Stakes Day. featuring Kentucky Derby winner Golden Tempo. It's presented by Summit Brewing, and get your tickets at canterburypark.com/events. Now entering the winner's enclosure, Sir Exton and Kelsey Har. Sir Exton is owned by David Garcia Altamirano. And the winning trainer, Bob Klein. Behold, Sir Exton. They're racing. AC Ducey came out nicely. Cobblestone Bridge and Scottish Storm. Between them, Prince Rama. Outside of that, Sir Exton, 3 wide around the turn. And as they corner the 5, are covered by 3.5, and they sort themselves out. Sir Exton kicks on with Prince Rama, and they run away from Scottish Storm. After that, Mr. Who, 4 lengths from the lead and 1 clear from the favored Cobblestone Bridge, who is 1-2. 5 separated by 5, with about 5 to go as they head up the Canterbury Park barn side. Sir Exton has pulled Kelsey to the lead. That lead is 1. In second, Prince Rama. Outside of that, Mr. Who is on the creep, begins to creep up to the outside of Scottish Storm. 3 in a line chasing Sir Exton. After that, Cobblestone Bridge assumedly biding the time, 4 out of it, and they zip into the far turn. Sir Exton cuts and opens up by 2. Sir Exton at 4-1, gliding along with a 2-length lead. Many Americanos all over Mr. Who. Mr. Who spinning the wheels a bit. Cobblestone Bridge out of last and on the move. Then it's Scottish Storm and Prince Rama. Sir Exton. Sir Exton still clear as they cut for the money. It is Sir Exton, now ridden by Kelsey with a 1.5 length lead. Cobblestone Bridge cutting into that margin, and between them is Mr. Who. A football field to go. Sir Exton still scoring the touchdown. Cobblestone Bridge, a beaten favorite. Sir Exton at 4-1.
Well, he looked awfully good on track, and Sarah Exton and Kelsey Haar get the job done to kick off our pick 5. Mild upset at 4-1. Your favorite does go down to defeat, and we move on to race number 4. Let's go back to the turf, shall we? We have a 1-mile event coming up in race number 4, and we don't have any scratches or jock changes. Here they come out into the walking ring. They are led by Logical Myth. He's 5-1 on the board right now. This is Paul Allen's pick, and Paul's been capping him pretty well today. He will have to turn the tables on some others in here. He has faced Hot Legs Romola, but that was down at Turf Paradise. He was also in a different barn at the time, and Logical Myth may have some speed to run at. I thought that there would be solid pace in here. Kind of thought that in the last race too, though. And Logical Myth does his best running late. So if you do want to bet on him, don't look for him in the early portion of the race. He should be just a little bit off the pace. Not the same case for Hot Legs Romolo right next door. Hot Legs Romolo uses his speed, and you can see the game plan on paper if you do have a racing form. He likes to get out and control things on the front end. Bad news is that there's some other horses that like to do that exact same thing to his outside. Now, Hot Legs Romola was leading his last field along a pretty good part of the way. Now, that was a little while ago. Hot Legs Romolo is coming back kind of quick, but he has run really, really well in recent times on the front end. He was second that day behind Angel's Magic. He hit the rail coming for home. I think that might have startled him a little bit, thrown off his momentum, but Hot Legs Romolo did recover to still run second that day, and Constantino Roman will take over on him and try to get clear on the front end. But again, no easy task, especially with Mr. Fabricator right next door. Mr. Fabricator is coming out of some sprints, but when we had seen him in previous times up here, he had been running in longer races, 7 furlongs, a mile, no problem. He had used his speed to pick up quite a few wins on our main track. Now, getting over to the turf again, he ran so well last time. Why not try to see if he can stretch out his speed? But like I mentioned before, Hot Legs Romolo the 2 is not going to make life easy on the front end for anyone, including the speedy Mr. Fabricator. Loring Park just behind him is very much on his toes. This is start number 3 of the year, but he will be stretching out as well. He's done the majority of his damage on our turf course in the past, but Loring Park is another one that likes to be in range of the front end. He doesn't have to be leading the pack, but he does want to be in close range, and that may be a very difficult task. Right now you do get 5-1 on him. You get 8-1 on Holiday Fantasy just behind him. Nothing yet doing on the turf for this one. Holiday Fantasy has been running recently on the dirt. Hasn't even hit the board yet on the turf, but again, it's only just 4 tries at it. Maybe Holiday Fantasy will get some kind of speed duel up front that would help both him and the outside horse, SoCal Red. This is the one that I took on top, the other Jose Silva runner. And he comes out of 2-turn races, some of them on the turf. He's run pretty well on both surfaces in the past, but I thought with the outside post, he and De Silva might be able to decide early where they'd like to be. He is 9-2, has some speed to run down, and that's a square deal for me in this 4th race on the turf. If you want to bet it, you got 9 minutes to do so, and you have quite the wagering menu. Pick 4s, exactas, tries, supers, doubles, pick 3s. Go for it. You have lots and lots of wagering options, but not much time. 9 minutes until race number 4.
To the turf course for race number 4. 5 minutes from now.
Check, check. Canterbury, how's everybody feeling out there? I need you guys to do better than that. I got a t-shirt cannon right now. Who wants a t-shirt? Let me hear it.
So then you'll go to, yep. Oh, yeah, you're good.
Oh, don't you worry. I'm loading a bunch in this thing. Make some noise if you want a t-shirt. Let me hear it. All right, we're coming over here again. Let's go. Oh. Who wants a shirt? Ugh. Where we at? Where we at? Where we at? Last two, let me hear you. If you don't know, my name is DJ Sean Doe. I represent Generation Now DJs. I'll be over here spinning tunes all night. If y'all want to hear something, give me a holler. Peace.
Into the gate they go. It is now race time. Race 4. Second and final pick 4 this first Thursday of 2026 at Canterbury Park. To back. And one out. SoCal Red, 2.5 to 1. 6-pack, sultry Thursday, CBY. And they're racing after some head bobbing by 2 of the 6, a perfect start. And as they approach the finish line for the first time, Hot Legs Romulo at 3 to 2. Hot Legs is setting a hot early pace to the inside of Mr. Fabricator, and 2 and 3 go zinging around the first turn. Locked in battle nearly in tandem and 8 lengths clear from Loring Park. Then it's a big gap back to SoCal Red to the inside of Holiday Fantasy, and Logical Myth is already 15 lengths from the lead up the barn side they travel. Hot Legs Romulo and Roman pull away by 1.5 lengths and try to slow things down. Mr. Fabricator on the prowl to the outside. Said Duo still 8 away from Loring Park. Then we come back to SoCal Red to the inside of Holiday Fantasy, 12 from the front and 5 clear from Logical Myth. The horse with the oxymoron for a name, still double digits out of it. Hot Legs Romulo trying to go wire to wire. Hot Legs Romulo putting all kinds of pressure on Mr. Fabricator to keep up. Loring Park's closing in. After that, SoCal Red. Then we come to Holiday Fantasy, not doing much. Logical Myth running on, but still from a mile out. Hot Legs Romulo. Hot Legs about to have some company. Hot Legs slows down, and between them, it's Mr. Fabricator. Outside of that, SoCal Red. And widest of all is Loring Park. Up goes SoCal Red at 3 to 1. Perfectly timed ride by Fausto da Silva. SoCal Red, wrong lead, right place, winner circle. Number 6, SoCal Red in the black. Photography for the rest, stand by. The numbers, 6, SoCal Red, and 3, Mr. Fabricator, 4, Loring Park, 2, Hot Legs Romulo, 6-3-4-2. Canterbury's 4th, official. Exacta $15.50, trifecta nearly $39. 10-cent superfecta, $19 and a penny. 5-6 double, $56. First pick 4 today, $315.90 for 50 cents. Race number 5, 22 minutes from now, fast main track. Pick 3 wagering on the final 3 alive races today. The last pick 3, races 2, 3, and 4, paid 110 to 1 for your money. Play that pick 3 about 22 minutes from now. Race number 5 is courtesy of Pepsi, the official soft drink provider of Canterbury. Also John Deere, nothing runs like a deer. And Continental Diamond and continentaldiamond.com. Canterbury Park thanks Touchdown Tile, the official renovation partner of this racetrack, and Old National Bank, the official bank partner of Canterbury Park. Race number 4, the Valentina Tranquilino goes to number 6, SoCal Red, and Fausto da Silva. The winning owner and trainer, Jose Silva Jr. Racing after some head bobbing by 2 of the 6, a perfect start. And as they approach the finish line for the first time, Hot Legs Romulo at 3-2. Hot Legs is setting a hot early pace to the inside of Mr. Fabricator, and 2 and 3 go zinging around the first turn. Locked in battle nearly in tandem and 8 lengths clear from Loring Park. Then it's a big gap back to SoCal Red to the inside of Holiday Fantasy, and Logical Myth is already 15 lengths from the lead up the barn side they travel. Hot Legs Romulo and Roman pull away by a length and a half and try to slow things down. Mr. Fabricator on the prowl to the outside. Said Duo still 8 away from Loring Park. Then we come back to SoCal Red to the inside of Holiday Fantasy, 12 from the front and 5 clear from Logical Myth. The horse with the oxymoron for a name, still double digits out of it. Hot Legs Romulo trying to go wire to wire. Hot Legs Romulo putting all kinds of of pressure on Mr. Fabricator to keep up. Loring Park's closing in. After that, SoCal Red. Then we come to Holiday Fantasy, not doing much. Logical Myth running on, but still from a mile out. Hot Legs, Romolo. Hot Legs about to have some company. Hot Legs slows down, and between them, it's Mr. Fabricator. Outside of that, SoCal Red. And widest of all is Loring Park. Up goes SoCal Red at 3-1. Perfectly timed ride by Fausto da Silva. SoCal Red, wrong lead, right place, winner circle. Hi, James. I'm Paul Allen. How are you? And boom. Superstar Swank nearly four astern around that turn. R&R Audible. R&R Audible. Crew Dragon. Outside of that, Mongolian champ Superstar Swank not giving enough. R&R Audible. Constantino Roman 2.5 to 1. Proving too tough for the other three in race one. It's 3-4-1-5 in the lid lifter. Rebel Gal, Rebel Gal, it's a Rebel clearly with a cause. Rebel Gal has lulled them to sleep with 150 to go. After that, we have Dutton Street Girl taking aim at Rebel Gal. Here comes Dutton Street Girl, and there she goes. That street is the highway home. Cut for the money. It is Sir Exton, now ridden by Kelsey with a 1.5 length lead. Cobblestone Bridge cutting into that margin, and between them is Mr. Who. A football field to go. Sir Exton still scoring the touchdown. Cobblestone Bridge, a beaten favorite. Sir Exton at 4 to 1. Legs, Romulo. Hot Legs about to have some company. Hot Legs slows down, and between them, it's Mr. Fabricator. Outside of that, SoCal Red, and widest of all is Loring Park. Up goes SoCal Red at 3 to 1. Perfectly timed ride by Fausto da Silva. SoCal Red, wrong lead, right place, winner circle. Yo, what's going on? Welcome to the paddock at Canterbury Park. Race number 5 is on the horizon after a wonderful, wonderful turf ride by Fausto da Silva. Excellent pick by our analyst, Angela Herman. And the pick 5 so far has not had a favorite win. In fact, the favorites are 0 for 2, 4 to 1, and 3 to 1 with a nation low takeout. We'll see what happens here in race number 5. We have horses in search of their very first victory. This is a maiden claimer at 5.5 furlongs. We have no scratches, and here they are. Even money favorite on the outside. Let's begin on the inside with this beautiful one, Ruley Street. Beautiful looking 3-year-old trained by Jose Silva Jr. He was the leading trainer last year and looking to obviously do so again and win his third this evening. This one comes here from Hot Springs and had been racing against Archiebreds at 30,000 claiming level. Goes down to $7,500 here, and also returns to a sprint. Now, the odds haven't been great at Oaklawn, a very tough circuit. Had a very bad start last time. Probably will appreciate the company here, 6 to 1. Smile, Smile, Smile is number 2, starting for the 5th time. Smile, Smile, Smile. Is going to be looking to turn the form around from a 7-furlong race opening day at Canterbury. 31 to 1 that day, and now Paris takes over, Sachin, and there was a check at the 5/8 here that obviously didn't help. Smile, Smile, Smile. So second time against this class level. Hopefully we get some improvement. 3 to 1. No Bills Campaign starts for the 10th time here from Turf Paradise. Second start this year. and showed a little bit of speed last time, then withered a bit to be 7 out of it as the favorite against $8,500 maiden claimers at Turf Paradise, similar field. 8 went that day, 5 here, and this one was inside on the turn. Probably didn't like being inside, and just was a bad day at the office as the favorite in its most recent race. No Bills Campaign is 3-1. Then we get to 23 on Black. This one's here from the state of Washington for trainer Tina Birdwell. Absolutely on a class drop. After a couple of off-the-ticket performances, the class drop probably will help. And had some early speed in that debut up Emerald Downs way, 22-1, 46 for the half. Then withered, but nevertheless has some speed, 4-1. Ain't Behavin', even money favorite. Jose Silva Jr. has this one unseen since March off a claim. Jose puts a fast 34 and change, 3/8 drill and Ain't Behavin'. That's your favorite. That's my pick. I pick it 5-4-1 in race number 5. Good luck.
Hello from the winner's circle. It looks a little unusual down here again, doesn't it? Because it is time for our Sumo Suit Pepsi pickup. Brought to you by our friends at Pepsi. Simple rules, but it gets very, very complicated on track. We have Ryan, we have Leighton here today, and they are going to try to pick up these 3 Pepsis, bring them back to their bucket. Seems simple, but the sumo suits are there for fighting, boys. So when you are ready, get ready to grab those Pepsis and get it on. Ready? Go! It's time for a sumo. Oh, that's beautiful. Perfect, perfect. Ryan taking on Leighton. Down he goes. Perfect. Keep the mind on Pepsi, boys. Get that Pepsi back into the bucket. It's not as easy as it looks. They both got one. They're going to go at it again. Down for the Pepsi. Good hit. Knock him over. Come on. Give them a little encouragement. They need to get that second Pepsi, and they're both still on their feet. And they come back to drop it in the bucket. Good assist by okay. They still count even if they fall out of the buckets, boys. They're going down the stretch for their final Pepsi. They both pick it up. Ryan's coming down with a good head of steam. I'm sorry, you are the winner. You are going to see Larry Fleet. Congratulations. Give him a round of applause. It is not as easy as it looks. You, young man, are going to Larry Fleet. We got a daily double pack for you once you get off the ground. And you out there have 4 minutes to bet race number 5. Thank you for joining us, and thank you to Pepsi for bringing us the prize.
Don't get shut out.
Approaching the gate.
It's race time. Into the gate they go. Ain't Behavin'. 3-5 in favor. Ain't Behavin' last in line. Yeah, they come. And they're racing. Tight beginning for number 1, Ruley Street. Had to pinch back to last. Swift beginning for Ain't Behavin'. 23 on black to the inside. Also show speed. Ain't Behavin' in hand and in command. Runs away by 2. After that, Smile, Smile, Smile. In third to the inside of No Bills Campaign. Then it's Ruley Street off the far turn. 5 covered by 7. And middle of the turn approaching the top of the stretch. Manny Americano and Ain't Behavin' leading it by 4. No Bills Campaign second, shoved on at 3-1, but a clear second. After that, Smile, Smile, Smile. 23 on black and Ruley Street. And now they come to the final furlong. Ain't Behavin' is behaving quite nicely if you supported the People's Choice. And Ain't Behavin' puts their backs against the wall and is gone. It's a maiden breaker for Ain't Behavin', winning it comfortably. And race number 5 is official. Ain't Behavin', 240, 210, 210, okay. Pick 3 paid $52 from race number 3. Race 6 is the Thursday penultimate. And we're on the firm turf course for Dr. Dan's late double. No scratches, no rider changes in race number 6. They take off about 20 minutes from now. Race goes at about 7:40. Don't get shut out. Race 6, provided by Minnesota Soybean Research and Promotion Council and the Soy Checkoff, a farmer-funded program sponsoring cutting-edge research. We also thank Hormel and Tri-State Bobcat. To the winner's enclosure, Ain't Behavin', and jockey Manny Americano. The winning owner, Kirk Sutherland. And winning his 3rd race tonight, Jose Silva Jr. Ain't Behavin'. And they're racing. Tight beginning for number 1, Ruley Street. Had to pinch back to last. Swift beginning for Ain't Behavin'. 23 on black to the inside. Also show speed. Ain't Behavin' in hand and in command. Runs away by 2. After that, Smile, Smile, Smile. In third to the inside of No Bill's Campaign. Then it's Ruley Street off the far turn. 5 covered by 7. And middle of the turn approaching the top of the stretch. Manny Americano and Ain't Behavin' leading it by 4. No Bill's Campaign second, shoved on at 3-1, but a clear second. After that, Smile, Smile, Smile. 23 on black and Ruley Street. And now they come to the final furlong. Ain't Behavin' is behaving quite nicely if you supported the People's Choice. And Ain't Behavin' puts their backs against the wall and is gone. It's a maiden breaker for Ain't Behavin', winning it comfortably.
This beautiful Thursday night rolls on, and I want to take just a short time to thank everybody for coming out and joining us on this first $2 Thursday. We're reaching the late double, and now race 6 takes us back to the turf. They'll go 7.5 in this 6th race. This was the spot of my angle play. This is, again, the last double opportunity of the night. But this is where we bring out the Minnesota girls. This is a nice allowance. And you have to kind of decide which school of thought you want to take in this field. Either you take the proven commodities that have shown that they already like the turf, or you're going to maybe take a chance on one of the 3-year-olds that's in here who hasn't tried it, but maybe has some things to like about her chances or her pedigree in the case of the one, Nancy Shaw. She's 4-1 on the board right now. She did take some early money, but this daughter of Mo Heyman is a half to Retired Kathy. If you have not heard the name Retired Kathy, she won last year's Oaks. She won the Lady Slipper. And she has done a lot of damage on the grass. And Retired Kathy, again, can do both, kind of like Nancy Shaw on the inside. She can do turf, she can do dirt, but she has been a touch better on the grass. So I'm wondering if Nancy Shaw won't follow in those footsteps. She looks good down in the paddock. She has speed. She draws an inside post. Some things to like, including 4-1, but you get double that price on Maria Rosa de la Cerda. She scratched out of a previous spot to go in here, and she's one of those proven commodities on the grass. And she's one who doesn't need too much help to make a good, productive trip for herself, as she has some speed. She can keep herself close to the pace. She's prancing around on her toes down here. This is her first start since September. That's the only reason I was going to give her this one. Maria Rosa de la Cerda has not run in quite some time. And you'll see that sometimes with these Minnesota breds. Some of them go elsewhere. Some of them stay right here in Minnesota and tend to do a little bit better after they get a start or two under their belt. That was the same school of thought I had with the 3 Baby Doll Peach. She hasn't been out since September of last year. But she's another one that can keep herself close. She seems to do a little bit better when she's involved in the early running of these races. She is a 6-year-old daughter of Midnight Loot, and you already know what you have to deal with her. She, too, has some speed, likes the turf an awful lot, but sometimes she gets more pieces than she has had the winning edge lately. She usually is at least a part of the pace, and you have to keep that in mind, as she and her stablemate, Kaya's Choice, both like to be pretty close to the front end. Kaya's Choice, another one who has not been out in some time. She's kind of cold on the board right now, 5-1. I'm surprised. Kaya's Choice is the choice of Paul Allen. She's my second choice in here, and she has already proven that she likes the grass. She took a field wire to wire at Hawthorne at just north of 12-1. That day, if you liked her, I mean, she really gave you an impression that she would carry that form on. It didn't work out on a good course next time around, so they stopped on her for her 3-year-old year. Now we'll see what 4-year-old Kaya's Choice brings to the table, again at 5-1. You get 8-1 on Charging Darling. This is another one of those 3-year-olds that has not tried the turf but has a bit of speed to her. I would expect her to be a part of the pace, and Kelsey Har looks for another win today aboard Charging Darling, who makes a good impression down in the paddock. She's been out a couple times this year, too, and shown her speed. Might get a little crowded towards the front end, and I'm sure Heavenly Captive would be very happy with that. She looks great. In fact, the outside, too, look really good down here. Heavenly Captive hasn't tried the turf either. She's by a sire who's about 11% on the turf, not much on the bottom line as far as grass goes, but Heavenly Captive can pass horses, and that could prove to be a very valuable asset in this group. And the same goes for Blues Cross on the outside. Blues Cross is the 5-year-old in here, a little light on the win end of things. It's been a little while between drinks for this one, but Blues Cross is still done some good running on the grass, is always coming at the end of things, and she'll get in light with Laura in the saddle at 6-1. These ladies are headed for the turf. Nice Minnesota bred allowance. We'll start off the late double. You can do exactas, tries, and 10-cent supers if you so choose in this 7-horse group, but you got to get those wagers in the next 8 minutes as they head to the track.
There at the starting gate, it is now turf time. Race 6, the Thursday night penultimate. 2 to go in the pick 5. It's gone 4-1, 3-1, 1-5. Lukewarm favorite here, Kaya's Choice, 5-2. Baby Doll Peach, 3-1. Nancy Shaw in her turf debut, 5-1. 3 in here, trying the lawn for the first time. Nancy Shaw, Charging Darling, and Heavenly Captive. Bluesy, 7-1. Nancy Shaw and Kaya's Choice have gone in. Charging Darling. Maria Rosa de la Cerda next, 10-1. And Heavenly Captive, and Baby Doll Peach, 2.5-1. A cast of Minnesotans going for a fat purse on the turf. They all set. And away they go. Perfect start. Nancy Shaw out fast. Baby Doll Peach out faster. Baby Doll Peach puts the white shadow roll in front, but Kaya's Choice also headstrong and in search of that early lead. And those two corner in tandem. Pace picks up. They're going fast now. After that, Charging Darling in her turf debut, overtaken by Heavenly Captive. She sneaks through on the inside, and the leader is Baby Doll Peach. Meanwhile, outside of that, Blues Cross, very sharp to go. Blues Cross, 4th, 3rd, 2nd, right up to the lead. Blues Cross at 6-1, pokes the nose in front. Way back to Nancy Shaw, outbroke the field, but now 9 lengths out of it. And then it's Maria Rosa de la Cerda, and they have 3.5 furlongs to travel. Chasing number 3, Baby Doll Peach. Baby Doll Peach trying to come up big. Blues Cross. Blues Cross poised to pounce if good enough. Baby Doll Peach trying to run away. After that, Charging Darling trying to win 2 in a row, but heading the wrong way, overtaken by Heavenly Captive. Nancy Shaw's making a sharp move to the outside. After that, Maria Rosa de la Cerda, and Kaya's Choice has tailed off. Chasing Baby Doll Peach. Baby Doll Peach trying to be the apple of somebody's eye. Maria Rosa de la Cerda closing fast on the inside. Nancy Shaw teetered out, and Baby Doll Peach has taken them wire to wire. Number 3, Baby Doll Peach ran first. 6, Heavenly Captive second. 3rd, 2, Maria Rosa de la Cerda. Photography to close the soup. Unofficial. Blues Cross 4th. Race 6 is official. We come now to the 7th. Back to the turf we go. Scratch number 4, Pat Can't Count. Race 7 provided by the Minnesota Lottery. Post time in 20 minutes. Baby Doll Peach wins her 2026 debut. Heads to the winner's enclosure with Eduardo Gallardo. The winning owner, Lamont Nenast, who also bred the mare in Minnesota. And the winning trainer, Joel Burnt. Baby Doll Peach is a 6-year-old brown mare by Midnight Loot out of Dolly Peach. And now, away they go. Perfect start. Nancy Shaw out fast. Baby Doll Peach out faster. Baby Doll Peach puts the white shadow roll in front. Micaiah's Choice also headstrong and in search of that early lead. And those two corner in tandem. Pace picks up. They're going fast now. After that, Charging Darling in her turf debut, overtaken by Heavenly Captive. She sneaks through on the inside, and the leader is Baby Doll Peach. Meanwhile, outside of that, Blues Cross, very sharp to go. Blues Cross, fourth, third, second, right up to the lead. Blues Cross at 6-1, pokes the nose in front. Way back to Nancy Shaw, outbroke the field, but now 9 lengths out of it. And then it's Maria Rosa de la Cerda, and they have 3.5 furlongs to travel. Chasing number 3, Baby Doll Peach. Baby Doll Peach trying to come up big. Blues Cross. Blues Cross poised to pounce if good enough. Baby Doll Peach trying to run away. After that, Charging Darling trying to win 2 in a row, but heading the wrong way, overtaken by Heavenly Captive. Nancy Shaw's making a sharp move to the outside. After that, Maria Rosa de la Cerda and Kaya's Choice has tailed off. Chasing Baby Doll Peach. Baby Doll Peach trying to be the apple of somebody's eye. Maria Rosa de la Cerda closing fast on the inside. Nancy Shaw teetered out, and Baby Doll Peach has taken them wire to wire.
We're 12 minutes away from race number 7, and I have nabbed Jeff Madej himself. We'll take you through the last, and it's tradition that we do that up in the studio. We're 12 minutes away. Like I said, some horses are saddled up for the 7th race on the grass. We're going to hurry this one up a little bit. There looks like some rain that might be coming into the area, but this one will be on the turf. 7.5 is the distance. And we'll jump right into it with the inside horse. The Oracle Handicapper of the Year loves the one, Arjun for Cars. Tell me why.
I'm looking, and I don't know why, Angela. The horses never run on the turf. I wouldn't say the breeding screams turf. That last defeat by 27 lengths going short. I guess if you can excuse that and go back sometime to last July, the horse fits in. I don't know if it could flash some speed here, and I think Alonso will know that he needs to send. I guess anything could happen. Maybe it becomes an absolute turf lover, but I would have a hard time getting there. But Oracle really pounded this horse, so why not?
Yeah, I suppose. He has to deal with Flying Martini on the outside, but before we get to the outside runner, we'll go to the 2-horse Outlaw Run. An Outlaw Run owns his only lifetime score over this turf course. Kelsey Hart's looking for another win today for Bobby Klein, and Outlaw Run comes into this off a pretty good form. I mean, he just ran against allowance foes, only lost by a length, now gets in for a tag. But Outlaw Run is just plain old run well on our turf course, and he will be coming late. Are you worried at all about the pace? Because Paul is not. This is his selection in here.
No, and I think maybe this fits a little bit similar to Sir Exton, who won earlier on the card, who shipped in to the meet late and ran and didn't fire his best race, and then won tonight. And now Outlaw Run ran fairly well, but same situation. Came in at the same time, now second start. I think this horse can run big.
Well, tell us more about that. What happened?
Well, just it was that the nature of shipping into a meet. Just did not get here real early, and but still ran a really nice race. So I think you're right. I'm not worried about the pace either. I think this horse can stay close enough to make a big late run. 5-2, maybe a little short for me.
Yeah, and at least he knows what he's doing. He's good at what he's doing. He will be coming late. And you did mention shipping in. That's something that we still have to work with in the early part of our meet when horses are coming from all different tracks. They're not just coming from next door. They're coming from a long way to get to Minnesota. And just like any of us, when we travel, you might want a day or two to rest. The horses, they may want some rest, and they do a little bit better sometimes after they do settle in. Perfect example earlier today, one. Maybe Outlaw Run does follow that mold. Now, Latin Force is another one who's run pretty well over our turf course. He's usually coming late. He can keep himself in the mix. De Silva is going to ride him again. And you know the Latin Force will at least be coming for a piece. We'll see if he can get a win, but sometimes he gives himself an awful lot to do.
It took Latin Force 31 starts to break maiden, and when it did, it was 4-5. So, this isn't start 63, so I guess I wouldn't, I don't know. I could say I can see Latin Force coming. You're right. If you're playing the superfecta, trifecta, I'd put it in the mix. Can it win? Sure, but I would look elsewhere.
Okay, that's fair enough. And, I mean, Latin Force is one who ran here an awful lot last year. Usually he's a pretty healthy number. Usually it's a bit bigger than what you're probably going to get on him today, but you do get 7-1 at the moment. One of the only scratches on today was the 4 Pat Can't Count. So please take out the 4 Pat Can't Count from the mix. In the second half of the field, there's the 2 horses that are taking a ton of money. And if you look at the will pays, these 2 will probably be a substantial amount favored over the rest of the group. And Matt's Luck is one of them because he owns his only career win over this turf course. And some of Matt's Luck's better races have definitely come when he's on our grass. And the form gets a touch muddied up, if you will, with some of the dirt sprints that he's been in recently. They get a little salty down at Oaklawn Park. And for a horse that's done a little bit better on the turf anyway, you can really be forgiving of those and look more at what he put on the board last year. And those were sitting just off the pace, and they were in similar sort of company. He was against allowance foes. He was against maiden special weight foes. I wouldn't picture him getting too much different of a trip than the day that he broke his maiden, maybe just sitting a few lengths off the pace. What do you see for him in this spot?
Well, this is my top pick, Matt's Luck, for Extreme Racing Stables. We get our top jockey, Manny Americano, aboard, and you're right, you can pitch those Oaklawn races, and we've seen Oaklawn horses run very well here at Canterbury in the first part of the meet without having the greatest form. But if you go back to those turf races last summer where the horse did have a win, those were some of his best races and some of the better races in this entire field. So I think Matt's Luck here, third off the layoff, is a likely winner and is going to get bet. You're right, 2-1 right now. That pick 5, though, is paying $465, I believe, to the 5. So that's a nice payout.
No, there's good payouts up and down the line, and they're not with too big of prices. I mean, we're just down to our last couple of horses. I'll be curious if TV can tell us why they have not come out into the paddock yet. But the 6 More Money Mo from the Espinosa stable hasn't tried our turf too much. Usually More Money Mo is coming at the end of things. And when he did manage to break his maiden last summer, I mean, or sorry, when it was earlier this spring in the mud, he seems to have run some of his better races when it is a bit of an off track. So maybe that does lead you to want to be on the turf course. Okay, that's probably why. We got some dark stuff coming in from the back of the building. But More Money Mo, I think, should be a healthier price than 7-1. He'll probably drift up on the board, whereas Flying Martini should just come further and further down in price. The outside runner is another one kind of like Matt's Luck. You can be very forgiving of the dirt races with this one. He has been night and day, really, with his dirt races as opposed to his turf races, with the exception of some Minnesota-bred maiden special weights. Just don't even worry about any of these open company races down in Oaklawn Park. That's not what he wants to do. We do have a lightning delay in this one, so do stay tuned. You know, we've taken you through the field for this. We'll see what does transpire with that weather. We're going to try to hurry up and get the 7th race in, but for right now, they are still in the saddling enclosure waiting to come out to the track.
That's right. We have a slight lightning delay here, and we'll let that pass, and then we'll get back out onto the track. Hopefully the rain misses us. We're on the turf. Flying Martini, as you said, the horse to beat, but this is a nice race to end the night. Check out those tries. Check out the supers. Thanks for being here tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, due to an array of significant lightning in the area, we are canceling our last race. So stand by for payoff information. Canterbury Park canceling its last race due to lightning-related circumstances. Stand by. Ladies and gentlemen, regarding wagers with the cancellation of our final live race, please listen closely. For race number 7, refunds available for all Win, Play, Show, Exacta, Trifecta, and Superfecta wagers. Race 7, refunds available for Win, Play, Show, Exacta, Trifecta, and Superfecta wagers. For the double from race 6, that pays 3 with all being in the 7th. 3 with all, it paid $7. The pick 3 that began with race 5, that pick 3 pays on this combination, 5 with 3 with all. It paid $5.30. The pick 4, which began with race 4, pays on the combination 6 with 5 with 3 with all. It paid $17.70. And the 50-cent pick 5, which began with race 3, the combination 5, 6, 5, 3, all. The pick 5 paid $99. Racing resumes at Canterbury Saturday at 5 o'clock. It's Belmont Stakes Day. See you then.